Oh, I do want to fix the chat overlay, but give me a second. All right, so we're just starting up. Let me recap what I have in the today command for the YouTube audience. We almost gave up on team support because it seemed like we needed a Visual Studio subscription, and I'm not paying $100 a month for that shit. But it turns out we might be able to use a 365 subscription, and that's just $2 a month. At first, we had looked at some docs, and it seemed like that wouldn't work, but then someone else found a doc that seemed like it would. So for $2, I'm willing to try it. Fuck it. Whatever. Oh, and swearing. Oh, no. Am I going to get demonetized? Whatever. So yeah, instead yesterday we fixed a few smaller things like adding Slack to the free tier and normalizing the order of platforms on the keyword page, and then we just did our fair share of ranting, and that was fun. So today let's pivot back to the Teams thing, and you know, we're probably not going to finish the Teams thing today, but after Teams as a feature, I think webhooks as a feature makes a lot of sense too. I know Dan would be stoked on that. So yeah, we got a good plan of stuff we got to build. And I say let's get to it. I do have some more sodas in the fridge. Last night's dinner was good. Ooh. Yeah, for dinner last night I did tortellini and sausage. Tortellini was slightly overcooked, so it was like really plump. But delicious. I do want to do one quick thing. Hide messages over time. I want to turn off for stream stuff. And the rest looks good. Cool. So let's pivot on over.
Saddle up, partner.
Saddle up, partner. All right, so yeah, looking at these things. So yeah, Teams notification support. We'll actually drag that back. I'm going to drag that down. I think auto-connecting to Slack, Discord, and maybe even Teams would be before we get to the webhook thing, actually. Because that seems like an easy enough thing. I do think we have some lobsters bugs that I need to check out. And yeah, so we solved at least the first part of this brainless bug, but there's still, I think, an issue with that. Yeah, all right. So yeah, we got a good set of things ahead of us. Add lobsters listening, I would say, is done now because we fixed the template thing, which is nice. We do have some email templates we'll need to do. Evaluating existing to-dos in the code base is probably like an ongoing thing. At some point, we may finish that up and get all to-dos into tickets, but some to-dos maybe just don't need to be tickets. I don't know. We'll see. Turns out, so I was a little worried. This is like more of like a personal / work thing, not related to the project. I was a little worried that I was going to have to fly down to Arizona for work stuff, to do like the MC stuff for GitCon, which is a conference that we do. I was slated to do that the 10th through the 14th. And then I'm also slated to do like the JS Nation React Summit like stuff starting on like basically the 15th, because I'd want to fly in like a day or two early, get myself onto the East Coast time zone if I can. But now it turns out I can record the GitCon MC stuff from home. I got to like rearrange the studio a bit, get a green screen behind me, set that stuff up, but totally doable. And yeah, so that frees me up. I think I'll end up doing that stuff after the React Summit JS Nation stuff. But yeah, just always fun. getting stressed out about like travel stuff, you know? Like last year. Y'all remember the story last year? Basically, the week of React Summit JS Nation, I flew to New York for that. Hung out, did my thing. I was there for just JS Nation, I believe. And then that night was the Primogen and Tej's Tech Feud event. So I went to that and the after party for that. And then the next morning, I had to fly out of New York at 4 a.m. to make a talk that I gave in Atlanta. That my talk was at 10 a.m. And I landed like a half hour before my talk was scheduled. I got to the event venue 5 minutes before my talk. So basically, I got like an hour of sleep at the hotel before I flew out. I got a couple hours of sleep on the plane because I ended up getting lucky and having the whole row to myself. But I'm sitting there working on my slides in the Uber to the venue in Atlanta. And then after the Atlanta thing, I was able to stay that night, but the next day I flew out to Austin was it Austin? Yeah, flew out to Austin for an Atlassian event, working on my slides the whole time. And then the next day after the Austin event, I flew home and the power was out. So I had to go out to like bars or wherever just to like get work done on that Friday. So it was basically just like way too much flying within a week, but it was kind of fun and invigorating to know that you can do that kind of thing, right? Like you can make it work. I was worried I was going to be doing similar stuff this year. And luckily things have been spaced out a bit more, which is nice. I am a little bummed that I didn't get some GitHub Universe submissions in time. If I had, though, that's where I'd be right now. But okay, so let's get to some work. This is the last song on the album, though, so let's just fire up a new one. I thought I had this other one opened up, but we can do this one. This one's good. How am I with mental energy drain from being at a conference? Is it more or less tiring than grinding some code? It's a different thing. I definitely get to a point where I can be like a bit like socialed out. But whiskey usually helps. I think the biggest thing is I like sleeping in my own bed. Like the longer I'm away from like my bed, the worse my sleep gets. Like for some reason I can never sleep well in most hotel rooms cuz I really like it cold, but somehow the blankets are always like so thick that you're like sweating under the blanket, but it's like cold outside the blanket. Like just like temperature regulation is so much harder with blankets and sheets and beds and air conditioning that you're just not used to. Like I usually need to have quite a few whiskeys in me to pass out well in a hotel room. But whatever. All right, so team support in progress, but we may not need to do this. We may cancel this. Like, before we get too far, though, hold on. We did YOLO up some stuff to production. Let me double check. We'll go to Messijo.com, hit pricing. And we do see Slack in the list. Perfect. Yeah, I don't get that burnout. I really enjoy the social parts of it. Um, it just depends on how long it goes, right? I can't do conference stuff for more than like a week straight. But yeah, like a week, I can do a week. Longer than a week, nah, not for me. All right, so we do have Slack in the list. No, it's totally doable there, Twofuls. I mean, on the 1 hour of sleep, I went and did my talk, and then I went to my hotel room like immediately after, and ended up like catching up on the sleep there. All right, so that works. Let's go dashboard here. I believe testing is on the free tier. We go keywords. Let's go notifications. We see Slack. That should work fine. We should be able to connect a Slack channel. Cool. Sweet. So yeah, the Slack stuff is working as expected now. Perfect. So yeah, let's dig back into the MS Team stuff. That does mean I'm gonna need to go log into my business banking bullshit. Because yeah, I got to use the official account. Can do the multi-factor auth for that. Looks like we're good. And yeah, my monthly burn rate is my monthly burn rate for Messijo is around $35, which is not bad. It's gonna go up by 2. No worries, Twofuls. That's fine. I know it's late for like European viewers. It'd be better if I was streaming in the morning, right? I don't remember if you're actually in Europe, but yeah. One of these days I'll be independently wealthy and I can stream whenever the hell I want. Or one of these days I'll be VC funded and I'll be able to stream whenever I want. Either one of those. Until then, I gotta work around business hours. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm telling you, it's the khakis. First we gotta get jobs, then we get the khakis, then we get the chicks. All right, so we'll do the monthly billing. Been so long since you saw the Stream Parrot UI? Yeah, it has been a while, huh? But yeah, what you been up to, Krasner? We showed off your shoulder clip again last night. And yeah, the Stream Parrot UI feels very dated. It's using, material and all that. Okay, so I gotta do this. Toasty! Are you really sending me through a login loop? Microsoft. What the fuck, dude? And then real quick, so you're having to focus and work hard this week. You're actively missing a deadline. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Why are you doing that? All right, so hold on, everyone. Microsoft has put me into a login loop. It's like they don't even want to take my money. So here we are, in my cart. All right, we got Microsoft Basic in there. I click checkout, and they show me this screen. And then I do this. And they show me this screen. And I do this. And they show me this screen. I know, right? Seemed like it worked. It didn't. Let's try it in a different browser. Maybe they just don't like Firefox. All right, now hold on. It does it in Chrome too. How does Microsoft make any money when all of these processes are so fucking broken? Try changing my password? So yeah, we'll try changing the password. Yeah, this is a good one. Yep. Yeah, I'm really thankful to Graham from Growth Book for giving me the free shirt. Like, dude, I got a hoodie, I got a free shirt. Um, like, I got like 3 free shirts, and they're all really good shirts. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Graham's a good dude. All right, so I think I can show this. So here's the interesting part. It turns out, I guess I have Microsoft Teams as part of my org. It's good. Microsoft just doesn't want to take my money to let me pay for Office. Okay, that's an old one, so that's fine. We already reset that, so we're good there. Okay, changing the password did it. All right, well, what do you know? All right, cool.
Swing, swing.
All right, so entering some card details. All right, thank you for the order. They'll send a receipt and related instructions. Except that they haven't done that. Okay, so how do we go about creating a Teams app? What's up, Talented? We are trying to set up a Teams app. And hold on, I just realized. Why does that look fully black in the coding chat? It should be somewhat transparent. Oh, because I have that commented. There we go. All right, just a little transparency to it. You just yawned too? Like, did you yawn before or after me? Yeah, maybe. So where do we go to actually create the app integration? I feel like it would have been over in the developer portal. Working on getting your API to work with Claude Code Router right now. Ooh, there you go. All right. Yeah, so it wasn't like a full-on drop-in replacement. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like the basic plan allowed it. Microsoft 365 subscribers can develop apps for Microsoft Teams with one of the following plans. Like, am I going to have to reach out to support? Let me get another Elm going. I think the biggest problem with Microsoft's ecosystem is that like it just feels like none of these portals are actually connected. Yep. Right, so like I have Microsoft Teams now. It's part of my benefits. What would upgrading give me? So it seems like what can I do here? Right? If we go to settings and I could zoom in. Right? These are just to configure Teams itself. It's not like the admin portal. But the admin portal doesn't recognize my login. I think it ends up being a conventional bot. Okay. Uh-oh, the login loop again.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a...
So this is something we've already done, right? Like, we have a Messijo app for logging in, but this doesn't really seem... maybe it is through API permissions? The fuck is that shit? Navigate to my Azure bot resource. What the fuck does that mean? And what's up, Bluetooth? I guess now I need to figure out where my bot is again. Login is not supported for consumer users without business presence. Shit. All right, so hold on. How do I get back and find my app ID? Do we think that's the app ID? All right, hold on. I'll head back to here. Yeah, that just took me to the API permissions that we were already on. Yeah, dude. Like, it really feels like they just don't give a shit either. Do I want to let personal Microsoft accounts access the app? I want anybody using Microsoft Teams to be able to get notifications into a channel. That's it. In the same way that we can send messages to a Discord channel. In the same way that we can send messages to a Slack channel. I just want to be able to do that for Microsoft Teams. That's the entire goal. Hold on. What does that mean, the bread? What does that actually mean? Like, what do you mean enable personal accounts? That's not what I asked. That's not what I was saying whatsoever. I don't understand what the difference between the accounts are. So it's definitely not what I was asking. I just want anyone using Teams to be able to add my bot so that I can send messages to a Teams channel. When you say identity, I don't see identity. Like, none of this shit's straightforward, dude. So when you say identity, well, I don't see that. So what do I click instead? I don't see that here either. Like, let me put it this way, the bread. We don't have a bot registered yet. How do I create a bot that would have the permissions available to post to a Teams channel? How do I register an OAuth process for a user to add the bot to the channel? Right? Those steps are necessary before we even worry about the type of accounts. So Entra ID. No, we have not created a bot yet. I don't know where to do that. Microsoft Graph application permissions? Yes. User read is all we have so far. I don't know, Gakken. I don't know any of this shit. But I don't see anything related to Teams in here. Maybe it's here? We have an app registration already. That is what this is. Right? Mm-hmm. Chat.readwrite. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I only need to write, but it looks like you can't do that. But I don't want to do it on behalf of a signed-in user. Without a signed-in user, but does not allow sending messages. Okay, so maybe that one. Here's the thing. Do I want to create a separate app registration then? Because I'm using this one just for, like, login. Like, if someone just wants to log in using OAuth with Microsoft, I don't necessarily want to see them get prompted for these permissions when they just want to do the login part, but maybe they don't want to use Teams. So does that mean I should create a second app registration? Bot gets its own app reg? Okay. Uh, Give us a little context for the link, Cryptor. Sure. We'll say Messijo bot. Okay. I think we're making progress. And sorry if I seem tense. Like, this shit'll do that to you. In fact, I think it's whiskey time. Managing multiple app IDs is tedious. Okay. Yeah, I think 2 is fine. If it was going to be more than 2, then it would be shitty, right? Here's the thing. I bet the shittiness of their dashboard is related to some metric. Like, how long are users spending in the dashboard? We need to optimize for that, right? It shows how much like our users like our apps, right? So if they just make this shit as hard to navigate as possible, people spend more time in there, right? Number goes up. Metric-driven development. Yeah. Let me go back to this. We'll go Entra ID again. Go back to app registrations, all Messijo bot. We'll just do it with Messijo bot for now. I don't know. I like the separation of it. That way I'm not messing the other one up. I don't want to have to like create it again from scratch or figure out how to undo what I've done. Oh, and all Microsoft account users. Did I have that same one as well? Let me double check that. All Microsoft account users. So that would have been fine. Wait, where'd you see that part? No, that makes sense. Wow. So hold on. We're using Atlassian documentation to figure out how the fuck to do stuff in Microsoft's docs? So hold on. This is for an Atlassian bot, right? Oh, I guess Marketplace Azure bot in the search scope. Okay, so log into the Azure portal. It didn't do anything. Hold on, wait. Maybe I just gotta hide that. Nope. Is it bot services that I want? That doesn't take me anywhere. All right, Azure Bot. Subscription. $1.9 stars. I need bot services. Okay. So basically what they're saying is I don't have an Azure subscription. Yeah, okay. I'm rinsing this glass out. We're pouring a whiskey. Holy shit, man. I need to put a hoodie on too. It's a little chilly. Where did my other Fresh Consulting hoodie go, though? I had a nice gray one. What the? Oh, you motherfuckers. All right, so hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on. Yes. And I'm not gonna lie, Microsoft's got hands. All right, so I already have a free Azure subscription, I suppose. But they keep showing me this bullshit. I think I'm prepared. I think I'm prepared. I do have whiskey by the gallon. You're forking it? Yeah, I kind of figured a fork was going to be necessary. Let me share that with the person that asked. It works really good. That's great. Yeah, I would say you guys should definitely have like a docs page and stuff about it. Like, that'd be huge. I know. Yeah. At least we're not alone in our frustration together. I think doing a demo would be really tough because they're on like a totally different time zone. They're in Spain. I'm sure we could do something though. Yeah, I'd say make a loom if you can. There you go, very well. Yeah, you may need some sleep. So Claude Code Router is a proxy for Claude Code that allows you to use Open Router with Claude Code, as well as like other stuff too. So it's basically a way of using Claude Code, but using other model providers. Can you make an NPM package of a fork? Absolutely. You just got to name it differently. Ooh, ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Let me get more music on. 1 second. Cappy router? I don't know. I'd say just what's the name of your thing again? High cap? I might just call it like high cap CC router or something like that. Or like instead maybe just create an org, right? Like at high cap, just in case you plan on publishing other packages in the future too. So then it's just like at high cap / CC router or something. Or at high cap / Claude Code router. That way you still get like some of that recognition. I'm on the free trial. We just tried and they told me that that I already had one. Looks like you already have an Azure account. The Azure free account is only available to new users and is limited to 1 per customer. What category is that dude streaming in? Doesn't look like it's in this category. Oh, he's not live now. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm almost positive I'm on the free trial. But maybe the free trial expires? Do I need to sign up for pay-as-you-go? No, I definitely don't want to do that. No, I actually think this page that we were seeing is just totally fucking wrong. I think this page is just totally fucking broken. Yeah, when I click use a subscription, it simply says don't have one, but we do. Yeah, I just think them showing us this is just totally broken. Like, as an example, when I click bot services, it just shows me this sidebar, and then it shows me this bullshit again. I wouldn't mind doing the pay-as-you-go. I'm not going to sign up for anything. Oh, to continue beyond 30 days? Oh, so I'm probably just beyond the 30 days. Yeah, how to prevent abuse. Prevent all usage. Yeah, let's try it. Wait. Yeah, I'm not paying for that shit. Alright, so now I'm gonna have to do this again. Yeah, they prevent abuse by being the abusive one. Smart. Very smart. Oh, wait, so I didn't have to actually enter anything. All right, so my free credits expired, sure. Right? So then, as an example, they still show us this bullshit. So yeah, this page is just totally broken. I click bot services, and they show me nothing. And Larobi, yes, I'm using a dev at Messijo account. You can see it right here in the corner. Sourced and sold. I don't know. I think bot services is actually the wrong thing. I think it's for a different kind of bot. It might be. I don't know. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Oh, and I missed a few follows. Izzy Lemon Lime. I like that name. That's good. And then Sourced and Sold. Thank you. Yeah, the main thing we're trying to do right now, Sourced and Sold, is try and figure out how to do what we're already doing with Discord and Slack, where our bot can send messages to channels. Like, that's it. That's all we want to do. Yeah, I mean, we have the OAuth app registration, but allow listing some teams' scopes. All right, let's try this one. No, that's fine, Source. Yeah, don't feel obligated. I'm just letting you know specifically what we're trying. So we have an Azure subscription, a bot published to Azure that we want to connect to Teams. So we don't have that yet. Yeah, maybe, Caleb. I think you should, like, you're using Astro, right? Just self-host that shit on Cloudflare Pages instead. Totally free. I would highly recommend Cloudflare Pages for anything static. And yeah, Caleb, there should be a way in like Google's like webmaster dashboard or whatever it is. Like Google Webmaster Tools should give you the option to click a button and have them like manually crawl it. Yeah, Search Console. That's it. That's what I was looking for. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but yeah, just in case. Sure, I get that. I would just say anything where you care about the SEO and it's static, it should probably just be Cloudflare pages anyway. Like, feel free doing the other stuff. And you hit that button the other day and it's still thinking. Mm. Well, that's a bummer. Hmm. And then, yeah, preparing my 365 tenant. It says I should have access to that. And yeah, like the Teams admin center just doesn't work for me. Right? When I click this, it gets me to that page where it's like, oh, we don't have at Messijo.com. Okay, let me try this.
This is medieval time!
Wait, what? God damn it. Why didn't that copy? Oh, excuse me. Okay, okay. We're making progress here, actually. I can't show it yet. Okay. After all that. Well, I got the large glass of whiskey. You're right. You're right. It's not a big enough whiskey glass. What was I thinking? I know, right, Hoxie? I really do wonder how they stay in business when shit is this much effort. Yeah, what the hell is PLS? Perpetual loading screen service. There you go. Yeah, Excel is propping up that entire company. Word, garbage. PowerPoint, garbage. I don't know a single human being that actually likes using Microsoft Word. Excel is the only thing propping the company up at this point, in my opinion. To be honest, Azure DevOps has some nice features too. Like it's basically like a one-click experience to get your own like self-hosted NPM packages and stuff. Like privately hosted without having to deal with like Verdaccio and shit. It's kind of cool. Man, just all the other bullshit just doesn't feel worth it. Word over LibreWriter? Maybe, but there's always Google Docs. Google Docs is really good. For OAuth setup, you have to create a tenant first. Not sure if it's the same thing for bot service. I have OAuth working. Like, we have an OAuth app registration. It would not surprise me, Brainless. Account created 22 minutes ago. Yeah, later, troll. And reported. What's up, Midnight? How you doing? Yeah, that band hammer is a really nice emote. I like that one, Brainless. Ivan, what's the WTF for? The trolliness of the person we banned? It's Twitch, you know. Yeah, it happens. It may have been tongue-in-cheek, but, it checked way too many boxes of, is this person a troll? So, fuck them. They're gone. Yeah, some people actually come back after a weird first message and are actually kind of cool. But for a brand new account, I don't think so. You think there's something up with my access or subscription? I could see that. No. That helps, Winnie. Yeah, for some reason, when I click the bot services thing, it doesn't show me anything. First time, last time chatter. Yeah, there you go. First time, last time. Yeah, this part's actually the weirdest part to me. Like, we have a tenant in Active Directory, at least. Related to having no subscription, but we have a subscription now. But yeah, maybe they just haven't associated it with us very well. Where can I verify my subscription? Maybe that would help. Did the UUIDs match? Which UUIDs? There is no UUID in the URL here. It's just admin.teams.microsoft.com. Oh, interesting. So I signed up. Okay, maybe we do need to create a subscription? Current cost not available because it's way more than I can afford. All right, so that didn't fix that. All right, so now I'm in the 365 admin center. This didn't load before. How do I dismiss all this shit? I don't want to do that. Now, will bot services work? Let's try it. Okay, there we go. So that loaded. All right. So we're making progress. They just don't make it easy or obvious where it should go. And I just wonder, like, do they have anybody even trying to test this shit? The fuck? Dude, they don't have anybody that actually goes in and uses this shit. This is insane, man. Okay, so it's because I was zoomed in. Based on all this, it seems like it should be really easy to get a job at Microsoft. Like, all you need is a functioning brain. And you're already, like, above 50% of the people that work there. Well, I mean, technically, you do need a functioning brain before, like, they got to have something they can lobotomize when you go through the onboarding process. Duh. It's like the boys. They take that thing, stick it in through the eye, and just wiggle it around. Okay, you're hired. Here's your Windows laptop. Oh, I quit. Yeah, never mind. I guess it's not for me. I might be giving them too much credit. We're definitely not making a good case for me applying to the Microsoft MVP program, are we? Yep, you're not wrong. I hate on very, very, very few technologies. This shit deserves it. There you go, Steel Toad. That's a solid reference. I understood that reference. Yeah, I don't even think the Azure bot was what I wanted. Like, I don't even think the bot services bot was really what I wanted. Yeah, like this is for like AI chatbot bullshit. Well, I mean, there's a button right here. I just worry like we associated it with another bot. They're gonna delete it now, aren't they? They're gonna delete the other thing, like the app registration. Bold of me to assume the button works. Sure. Reporting through the support forum now? Sure. You can describe it to me. How about this? You're building a custom LLM server for this package? What does that mean? Claude Code Router used a very broken one, so you're building your own. Like, what is the LLM server? Like, what does that mean? It standardizes the request so Claude Code can accept it. The request or the response? Both. Okay. Hold on. Let's check and see this bug. So yeah, brainless, right? You have two Elixir keywords, one with events, one without. You're saying if they're the exact same, like, keyword? To me, that screams user error. Like, do you have them split by platform or something? Like, I could see that. They are split by platform? Okay. Yeah, I don't seem to have any events for Elixir after creating it yesterday. Okay, so they're the exact same keyword. I think that makes sense. So then if we go to here, I think I see what you're saying. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, that's like a bug we'll want to record. I mean, hold on. Brainless. Frame that again. I feel like you're missing some words. Like, I don't either. It doesn't make any sense. What's the name of your org again? It's the Elixir one, right? Okay, so very similar. This is basically the same bug that you had yesterday still too, right? That you're getting notifications for events that aren't showing up in the dashboard. So we have an issue for that. So yeah, we're tracking that one. Yeah, you told us that one. I get that. That's the one I'm creating right now. Take it easy. Mm-hmm. All right, back to the thing we're actually working on right now. Okay, so you found an answer to why you've been so sleepy lately, more than usual. Blood work results were non-ideal. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you gotta get more exercise, man. Maybe get one of those, like, treadmills or something. Like one of the ones that you can, like, shove under your bed or something. There you go, Keck. Maybe don't do what Keck is recommending. I can make fried chicken at home. It's just as unhealthy. but it tastes better. I make really good fried chicken, actually. You know the secret? Half rice flour, half wheat flour. You need the wheat flour so it turns like the proper brown color, but the rice flour stays crispier longer. Yeah, brainless. You probably need to start. You probably need to start supplementing vitamin D. That is pretty important. Larobi, depending on where you live during the winter, the sun isn't strong enough to actually create vitamin D. Oh, iron's a big one. Yeah, you need more iron. Iron is very important, actually. My guess is you're not eating enough red meat. So, Reiju, rice flour and wheat flour. You do a 50-50 mix. The problem with rice flour, it doesn't brown properly. So if you do like full rice flour, it doesn't look as appealing. It doesn't get that like nice brown color to it. But rice flour gets crispier. If you use a red Sharpie on chicken, I don't think chicken has very much iron. Oh, chicken is a good source of iron. All right, yeah, so chicken would work. Side effect of the stomach surgery? I mean, like you said, you've been doing like a lot of like yogurt and puddings and stuff. Like, when can you start eating proper food again? Oh, red meat's delicious. Just small quantities. Got it. Yeah, start getting some vitamin supplements, man. Just throw your meal in a blender and drink it like a shake. Steak and fries smoothie. It's an option. I've done worse. I don't know. Have I done worse? That might have been a lie. Nah, can't think of anything. I really wish this would load, because this really seems like something I would need to be able to do. So I feel like where installed would be worth it. What were the other permissions they were recommending? So calendars I don't care about. Join group call I don't care about. Online meetings I don't care about. Channel message, channel member. We're trying to set up a bot so that we can post to to Teams channels. I feel like chat create is one we needed to. I think that's actually all we need. Chat create. Let me get more music on. Not granted for default. Not granted for default directory. So then how do I fix that? Oh, so I would need an admin to do it, right? Admin consent required, sure. Ah. Okay, I see. Is there chat message.send? No, there isn't. We were just looking. We were just showing it on screen. Right? There is no send. It's create. Chat message, it's just read.all. You might be thinking about delegated permissions, but we don't want to do any of this on behalf of a user. So delegated permissions are absolutely not what we're looking for. All right, so that still doesn't solve our problem. Just really wish this would load. Okay, so this one they're talking about delegated permissions. I do not want that. All right, so all right, so the agent toolkit might be something I need. Hmm. See, I don't want to publish to the store. I'm not sure I even need the toolkit. Oh, maybe I have to publish it to the store. All right, so we do this part. We'll let it initialize. And how's everyone doing today? Yeah, man, this shit is so frustrating. So I apologize if I've been a bit short. Like, I am short. But also if I've been a little, like, if I've had a shorter fuse as well. All right, I have been trying to get up and stretch more often. Let's do that right now while this is going anyway. All right, got to take the headphones off. They're at the end of their leash. All right, so let's get some legs up and going. These leg lifts are for the hip flexor and also just to get the blood flowing in the legs. If you want to make it real fun, you can like start bending down like this and treat it like a 90s ska video. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I never had to knock on wood. Shake the legs out a little. Stand on one foot. Let's do the other foot. This is my worst one. If I fall over, at least it'll be funny. There we go. And yeah, we can take a seat in a sec. Let me just do the shoulders a little bit. I'm just going to spin them in a circle. All right, let's spin them in the circle backwards now. Okay. It's nice to get the blood flowing. I don't do this nearly enough. I'm trying to do this maybe a couple times a day. Oh, you know, here on stream at least, and then do like proper exercise with the kettlebells and shit. Didn't go for a walk today. I definitely should have. So yeah, like Azure dot bicep. What the fuck? They're just making shit up now. Okay. So I think no matter what, if we wanted to publish a bot, we would have to publish it to the Microsoft Teams store. Is there like an open source bot that I can install into? Hold on. Like, there's no way to do this without publishing to the store, I think. Or if there is, I just haven't found it. But I wish there was like an open source one we could look at just to understand a bit better. Sounds like an 80s computer game. Sure. I don't think you're wrong. They do have a shitload of samples. Yeah, I don't want to deploy any of this shit yet. I don't know. I think I'm almost back to the point of if I don't need, like, if I don't have any users asking for teams, fuck it. Like, maybe we punt Microsoft Teams again. Like, it just doesn't really feel like it's worth the effort yet. So wait, like, the source code of this might actually be what we're looking for. Your Teams guy is saying just give them a webhook and they can integrate it into their Teams. So when you say give them a webhook, you mean... What do you mean by that? Like, more like they give me a webhook URL and I just send a message to that and then they can handle doing the integration bullshit? Okay. I do feel like it'd be nicer if it was just like a one-click authorize and then it's there kind of thing. But yeah, maybe the webhook thing is the right way to go, because then it solves a bunch of other use cases too. And at least at the bare minimum, if a user's asking for team support, we can be like, well, we have a webhook. If you want to set up a proxy for that, go for it. Yep. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. I mean, just keep in mind, like, we have an MVP posted already, you know? People can sign up for it. But as far as, like, checking the boxes for people, yeah, maybe just setting up the webhook stuff is the right way to go. All right. Yeah, no, I like that. I think you're right. I do think maybe I want to at least track what we've tried so far so I can come back to it later with a little context. So, yeah, MS Teams notification support. We'll put it back into the backlog. And yeah, no, I like that idea. I like we're gonna have to do the webhook thing anyway for other users and other use cases. So yeah, that has to be done no matter what. So I like that. But yeah, I think there's other stuff we should work on anyway. So yeah, let's document what we've tried. Bot builder? No, we haven't seen that one. We saw the agent's toolkit and some other stuff though. But yeah, like all this functionality is now in the bot framework SDK, so we'd probably just want to use that anyway. But I don't think we need an SDK. Like I just need to make a REST API request. I just need to be able to post to an endpoint and call it good. I just need the user to be able to click a link and get presented with the OAuth flow to authorize us sending to that endpoint, you know? So yeah, I don't think that's relevant for us. Let's play another album. right, so we're just leaving a few breadcrumbs for us for later. Oh, that loaded for us, though. Oh, so admin.teams.microsoft failed, but dev.teams.microsoft works. Oh, a little bit of progress. The POS service. Yeah. Yes, that one still fails. All right, I'd say that's enough. That's enough for now. Whatever. So now on to doing some of this other jazz. Let's do webhook notification support while we're at least thinking about this stuff. So what is the model for custom webhooks going to look like? Well, we need to... Number one, let me double check this. Nothing to commit there. All right, so we push that up. And then from here, we want to do the Doppler thing. Ecto gen migration. And the generated migration is create. Webhook notification. All right, so let's brainstorm what's going to go into this table. So it's going to be create table. It's going to have a URL. I don't think event makes any sense. I don't think last sent at makes any sense. We do want these two things. So there's going to be a few things. We want to force the user to validate the webhooks we send. So number one, it's a URL that we allow them to put in to enable the URL. We need to allow them to send a thing. And I think having a status value makes sense, but I think we can do this a different way. So validated at, and it's a UTC date time. And it should be nullable. So if it's null, that means that they're not validated, right? There's going to be a, not a verification code, but just signature. What do they call it in Discord, actually? Endpoint URL. There's really only one event that we would send. Yeah, public key. Which means we probably also need to store the private key. I'm going to call it private key. What other props do we think we need to store for someone setting up a webhook? I think that's it. Yeah, so we'll call that good locally. All right, we get the server back up. We're going to need to create the model. Excuse me. And I think we did just call it URL. I think I'm okay with that. All right, so yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, so that feels pretty good so far. Oh, but we gotta rename these. All right, so then over here in keywords, yeah, this is where we go all, or no, not keywords, notifications. This is where we go all the way to the bottom. And grab a bunch of this boilerplate. What's up, Jar Sauce? Yeah, how you doing? But, yep, there you go. Later. Oops, I forgot to fix those. All right, so we got some boilerplate for creating webhooks. All right, so the verifications here, those are for email and SMS. So those are not the same thing. Let's think about what endpoints we're going to end up needing. I'll at least list them out here. So we're going to need so it's going to be send validation request. And that's going to have the regular and the invalid signature stuff. Yeah, so we do send validation request. There's going to be, I guess the create endpoint will be fine. So create notification params. And it's just going to take in the URL, but it is going to be a set of params. So it's going to be something like, right, create notification webhook params, and that create is going to be pretty much like email here. Let's do another soda and whiskey. Not trying to go as ham as we did yesterday, because I do have work I need to do tonight. But I'm not in a huge rush to do it right now. Like, I need to finish editing the lightning talks for Cascadia JS. That's actually the biggest thing I need to do. There's a couple others I need to do, like today and tomorrow for work. But yeah, the Cascadia stuff. I'm like a month late with that. It's not like they paid me for it. So, you know, you get what you pay for. But I still want to get that shit done, uploaded. Because then it's just one less thing I got to think about. And that sounds way better. Oh, yeah. I need to pick up more. I picked them up like last week because Halloween's on Friday. But I'm basically almost out. So I'm going to have to pick up more. Oh, bummer. I like to have a good mixer for holiday stuff. I've got a good lazy costume again. I'm probably going to do the same costume I've done. It's going to be the sriracha hoodie and the green beanie. Exactly. Just classic. I've also got a sriracha t-shirt. Depends on the temperature that day. I'll wear the hoodie and the t-shirt just in case. Like t-shirt underneath, hoodie if it's cold enough. Yeah, there's like a hair in my ear or something. I hate when they get that itchy. But yeah, so let's play this next song. Come on. Too sleepy time. Yeah, exactly. All right, so creating the notification. I believe we are satisfying that. Oh, and I just realized one other thing. We need to /build the SDK. All right, there we go. We got that back going. Yeah, we'll let that stay. Okay, so we're not quite done here yet. So yeah, creating the notification. Webhook params. We've got it there. Common params. Yep, this is where we do webhook. So here's the annoying part. I'm thinking the URL is going to be part of creation and editing, but validating the URL is going to be a separate step, just like we have the connect to Slack and connect to Discord steps. But the Slack and Discord steps, like that connect to, we're going to like redirect the user to do that stuff automatically at some point. I don't know if we want to do the webhook automatically. I think that imposes some stuff in the flow that would be trickier. But that was the end of the album. Let's get another one. I want to hear this one song. Oh, wait, is it? Oh, it's a different album. Hold on. It's a song on this album. Dude, this song's so fucking good. Is it this one? Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, hold on. Let me do this real quick. I think it's next Tuesday. Hold on. Let me double check just one thing. There's a concert coming up next week. I want to make sure I lock down a ticket for it because I want to go see him play. Let me do this before I forget about it. And in fact, hold on, we could play some of their music. You guys ever heard of The Faint? Cool. Yeah, let's play The Faint. I wouldn't mind hyping myself up for the show a bit. You know what's crazy? They only have 9,000 subs on their channel just because they're an older band. Like, that blows my mind a bit. That totally blows my mind a bit. Yeah, it's a good band. What's up, FD? Haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, this song was in a or in a snowboard video. Like, classic. Been sleeping early, so couldn't join in your time zone. Makes sense. Why you sleeping? What's the point of that? This isn't necessarily their best song, but it's a good one. And yeah, we'll get another one going. All right, so our next steps. Yeah, let's start implementing the front end flow for this. I think we have all the stuff we need here. Actually, hold on. Now, we need the response stuff as well. And technically, there's going to be another endpoint that we don't need to create just yet, but that'll have its own params. All right, so yeah, we did that song. I think this is another one off the Good album. Oh, it's off a different one, but yeah, this is a solid one. All right, so the common response, name type inserted at. I'm surprised why we're not doing the updated at either. I'm not sure it's actually going to be an integer, though. And yeah, if this stuff's a little too heavy for you guys, just let me know. I can switch it up. I forgot that they kind of spun out of Austin around the same time that like At the Drive-In was already like popular and shit. I think they're from Austin at least. Hold on, now I'm curious. Oh, they're from Nebraska. I don't know why I thought Texas. Yeah, for some reason I thought Texas. But At the Drive-In, they were Texas, right? Now I gotta double check that. El Paso. Yeah. Old El Paso. New York City. Anyone remember that commercial from the 90s? Where's your salsa from? New York City. And it was an old El Paso salsa commercial. New York City. It is kind of sad that I remember so many like 90s commercials, right? You remember like the Tostitos commercials with Chris Elliott? He's like waiting in the line at the post office. Oh, was it Pace? Oh shit, Swafford. Was it Pace and not Old El Paso? You might be totally right with that. Yeah, it was Pace. Pace Picante. Shit, yeah, I thought it was Old El Paso. Damn it. Fucking stoner. But yeah, remember like the old Tostitos commercials? Like Chris Elliott, he's like waiting in the line at the post office. He busts out the Tostitos. They start doing the conga line. And then he's like, so can I skip the line? They're like, sure. He's like, really? And then the punchline is always, no, not really. Like, I don't know. Like, why was that funny? I don't know, but damn, it made me want to eat Tostitos. Oh, Swafford, maybe you heard us talking about that, because we definitely talked about the Real Men of Genius commercials, right? Like, yeah, for sure. Like on stream, we were talking about bringing those back, like at Get Kraken, right? Like Real Devs of Genius. Here's to you, Mister Looks Good to Me code reviewer. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, dude, it'd be so good. It'd be so good. Here's to you, Mr. Commit message just says changes. When you want to let your coworkers know what you've been doing, you know what to say. Stuff. Right? Or like, I don't know, something. I think this is the only song I like off of this album. It's like one of their newer, well, not newer, but like newer than the past two that we heard at least. I think this is the only song I liked off of this album. Oh. 6-minute YouTube of Real Men of Genius? Dude, yeah, Swafford. We just did that last week. Like, we did that on Friday or Saturday. It was super good. It's so worth it. Like, my favorite part is the singer guy. Like, some of the lines that he adds, just like, in between the lines of the announcer guy, dude, they're better than like the announcer guy. Like, yeah. We could listen to him here on stream after some more faint songs. All right, so we need to create a response for the webhook stuff. So yes, no, webhooks are absolutely going to be on a paid tier, but customers are still going to have to validate so that we know that they're intentionally like doing the signature verification and that they're handling like the proper case as well. Because we're going to need to eventually start sending like, you know, if the request fails for some reason, we need to do like an exponential roll off of resending the message. Yeah, exactly, Larobi. Yep. Yeah, user's going to have to validate that. There's going to be like a limit to how often you can send the validation requests, things like that. Yep, yeah, we're going to have to do all of that stuff, Larobi. But yeah, like validation required. But it's more like, when does that validation need to happen? Like on what screen? I was thinking about like the UI for it. And I don't want to have that validation on the creation. It'll be like a thing that you explicitly trigger. So if we go look at the app real quick. Maybe. Right, we can go to notifications. We can create a new one, such as ASDF, and we can go Discord and create it. And it creates, but it's not connected. So then we would have a similar message there saying like not validated. And then you would go and click validate webhook. And that would take you to a screen with the validation process. So Larobi, we're going to follow the exact pattern that Discord does. So maybe you weren't here when we were doing the Discord stuff, but in Discord, when you set up a webhook, you know, you enter the URL, and the moment that you like select an event, right? If we were to modify this, we click save, and it sends a request to that endpoint to make sure that we're, number one, giving a proper like 200 or 204 when it's a successful message, but we're also like, the thing I like about Discord is they send two requests. One is a proper valid request, and they just expect a 204 out of it. And the other is one that has an incorrect signature value in the header. So you're supposed to use that signature value and use your public key to validate that against the message and some other stuff, right? There's a process of validating the signature of the message, and that's how you know that it's coming from a trusted source. That is the process that I also want to set up. So we're going to follow the exact pattern that Discord follows. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's the only platform I've seen that forces you to validate the signature. Stripe doesn't even make you do that shit, which is crazy. So I especially like that, just to like enforce that you're following best practices. Is it an extra step? Sure. And here's the problem that I had with Discord. When you fail that validation step of like the incorrect signature, they don't actually let you know that that's the part that failed. So I at least want to have a better experience than Discord in that regard. Oh, and I just realized, sorry, Brainless. I should have looked at what this warning was telling me. Whoops. There we go. They don't want to let you know intentionally. I'm not sure what value that has. I don't think there's any value to not letting you know that. Right? Because they control the public key and all that stuff. So I don't think there's any major way of handling that. Like, look at it this way. They expect you to send a 401. If that response code is different from a successful one, it's easy to understand what part failed. But it's not even that. It's part of their response here in their dashboard. And their dashboard is actually a completely separate response, right? So their dashboard is sending a request to their dashboard API, and the dashboard API behind the scenes sends the two requests. I don't understand why they couldn't just bubble up that the invalid signature request was a 401, because an attacker could just send a request and get the 401 back, you know? Like, there's nothing that is leaked in reporting what part of this process failed. Especially because it's within their own fucking dashboard. It requires a token with their own fucking server. So yeah, I do not believe that there's any reason to obfuscate that. And hey, Swafford. Hey, thank you for the follow over here on the Twitch. Oh, and I just realized we're playing some Built to Spill. I meant to put it back to some more faint. And what's up, Back to Metrics? How you doing? Oh, and Swafford, yeah. You're crying. So this bud's for you, Mr. Pro Wrestling Wardrobe Designer. Because without you, two grown men fondling each other would just be silly. Or something like that, right? No, it's fine, Ben. No, like, here's the thing. If you don't show up on Twitch very often, especially to certain channels, Twitch will actually drop that follow because it's part of their heuristic, right? Like, it's part of their heuristic of like, oh, was this maybe like a follow bot? So rather than like ban the account as a suspected follow bot, they can just drop the follow. Yeah, I haven't gotten any confirmation from anyone at Twitch about that, but it just makes sense. Like, you know, people who care about a channel will just refollow. But yeah, like, I really do believe that Twitch actively throws unfollows around for inactive users and things like that, just to like try and fight the follow bot problem. Now, they're not very good at it because, dude, have you guys seen this graph? What was it? Social Blade, I think will do it. And yeah, exactly, Larobi and other people, like, for sure. Yeah, that's okay if you watch more on YouTube. I appreciate that shit. That really helps. I really appreciate that. Desperate guys never had a chance. Oop. Damn, so this is the wrong site. Maybe Sully Gnome's a better one? Or Twitch Metrics, maybe? God, what graph am I thinking of? It's not Twitch Metrics, Twitch Tracker? There's too many of these sites. I know, exactly, Xmetrics. Tracker.gg? Oh, I hadn't heard of that one. But no, this one will do it. Yeah, here it is, the follow number. So, yeah, someone follow-botted the fuck out of me on what looks like June 7th or something like that. Maybe June 16th? I don't know. I forget which exact day. But dude, we were at 28K and it jumped up to 48K. So someone like follow-botted me heavy last year, and those numbers have not fallen off. So yeah, the follow number is fucking bullshit. Like, do not put any stock in someone's follow bot or follow number. Yep. And you can even see like other points at which someone did some like follow bot bullshit to me, right? We go from like 23 and then bump up to 25. We see another one where it's at 25 and it bumps up to 28. But it's insane that they did the 20K. And I didn't do that shit. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. That number is meaningless. But, and again, this is just me speculating. I haven't heard confirmation from anyone about this, but I bet that's the case where the follow bot services have to actually spread around who they give the follow numbers to. Because if it was just one stream that got a boost of 20K, well, then it's really easy to obvious which one paid for it. So instead, they do the, oh, someone paid for 20K? Well, now we got to follow bot a bunch of other channels too, so you never know which one actually paid for it. It's basically like increasing the size of the haystack so that you can't find the needle. That's my theory. Because if I were doing a service like that, that's how I'd do it. PHP is fine. As your absolute first language, I think it's a little tougher just because getting started with PHP is more than just having a browser. If you've never done any programming whatsoever, I would highly recommend just doing free code camp and starting out with the HTML, CSS stuff. You don't have to. Okay, and we just heard this song. So I highly recommend free code camp and just learning web stuff first. It may be front end. You're going to get into back end stuff eventually if you just want to build things. And PHP is a fine language for your first back end language. But I just highly recommend doing stuff where you see results as quick as possible. And PHP is a little tougher in that regard. Now, okay, so you already know HTML, CSS, and JS. All right, well then, yeah, pick whatever language you want for the back end. If you feel like you're proficient with JS, using JS for the back end as your first like server-side language might make sense, but PHP is totally fine too. I would say the trickiest part of PHP is debugging. Right? Like you don't get dev tools. Wiring up to a debugging process in PHP can be a little rough, but it's totally doable. So yeah, whatever you pick, go for it. Yeah, I would say if you're looking to get employed, PHP is a great choice. But if you're looking to just learn and understand back-end patterns, there might be other languages that are more approachable. But PHP is fine. I would say it's probably the first back-end language I learned. So yeah, totally fine. What I would recommend is use a proper framework first. Don't worry about starting from scratch. So if you're going to learn PHP, you should probably just start out with something like Laravel. Because Laravel will at least have a lot of the patterns that matter kind of like set up for you. Like, you know, how the controllers and the models and all that bullshit. Akadlu, yes, Angular's fine, but it has nothing to do with your PHP question. So now I'm really questioning, like, are you just trolling? Like, what does that have to do with your question about PHP? It really feels like you're trolling at this point. Like, you're picking as many contentious things as you can just to rile some people up. Yeah, no, I just think you're trolling Akadlu at this point. So the only answers you're going to get out of me now are, I don't give a shit. Pick whatever you want. Like, dude. All right, so yeah, we're not going to output the private key. It's just going to be URL, public key, validated at, and then the common stuff. I can't remember if this song's any good. Akadlu. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Pick one. Move on. Like, I don't give a shit. If you have to ask us, you're already fucked. Ooh, I forgot about this song. All right, so we rebuild the SDK. All right, so yeah, we've updated our JSON serializer. We've updated the endpoint. We've updated the params to the response. I'm not so sure I like this song. We may skip it. Actually, no, it's all right. And it's cool how well they mixed like the garage rock kind of vibe and like kind of like 80s new wave and punk. Yeah, I haven't listened to The Faint in ages. I just saw that they were coming to town, and I like a good bit of nostalgia. Nostalgia conventions. Man, they just aren't what they used to be. All right, so yeah, I think we move on to the front end for this feature. Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing? You ever listened to much of The Faint? You know, back like 20 years ago? They're coming to Seattle next Tuesday, so I don't know. I'm hyping myself up for the show a bit. Yeah, I don't know. There might be a couple songs you're familiar with. Yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal. Yeah, they're usually a bit heavier. I think this song's one of the heavier ones, too. It's been a while. I can't remember which one's which, actually. This is one of their more famous ones, at least. I think. Oh, wait, so this would be for the editing stuff. Psychedelic Furs? I know I'm familiar with them. They're older, aren't they, though? Right? Isn't that fucking Lou Reed's shit? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's not Lou Reed's shit. Yeah, it wasn't Lou Reed's thing, but yeah, no, they're old. Okay. Yeah, they're fine. What was the band that Lou Reed was in? I figure, Alan, you remember who that is, right? Like, why am I spacing on that band name? Velvet Underground, that was it. I beat you to it. Damn, liver disease? Yeah. Yep, stream delay gotcha. Oh, this song's sick. Oh, yeah, yeah. This song's super good. Is that where you've been? You've been checking out those channels, Brainless? Do the Humpty Hump. X Metrics, that's a solid song. Yeah, that one's good. I forget where I was, but someone sang that song in karaoke, and it was solid. Oh, you're getting a shot? Oh, that sucks, man. Or maybe that's good. That was the vitamin shot you were talking about, right? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, good job, man. Yep. But have you picked up some, like, supplements? Or at least, like, ordered some for later? Because, yeah, you probably need something with iron, maybe. Or at least, like, consume food that has more iron. And if you're just not consuming that much food, then you better supplement some iron, right? But be careful, because too much iron can hurt you. Vitamin D is going to be important, especially if you don't leave the house much, like me. And then, yeah, like multivitamins and some of that shit. Like, probably worth it. I mean, so technically, Xmetrics, you can just type the word Mr. Sir, and it'll count. Can you type Mr. Hips? I mean, totally. Yeah, you can type hips all you want. All right, so hold on. I love this song, but no, we're going to play some more of The Faint, just like to hype it up. So we just listened to Wet from Birth. Let's give Dance Macabre a try. And yes, we just listened to Agenda Suicide. Can't remember if I like any other songs on this album, actually. Oh no, this one's amazing. Yeah, no, this one's sick. Fuck yeah. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Like, I know there's a couple songs you'd know. I knew it. Yeah, exactly. You're not that old. And I actually wonder, hold on, am I older than you? You don't have to answer that, but I'm 41. Okay, just throwing it out there. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. So you're probably old enough that you missed like the Jenko craze then, right? +9, so you never owned a pair of Jenkos. I get it. That's fine. I think that's actually an extra point that you get. Yeah, see, I owned pairs of Jenkos. That dude definitely owned a pair of Jenkos. You know this. He owned a couple. Moral imperative. Ooh, damn. All right, Alan, you can't just drop a Real Genius reference and expect to move on. Like, come on now. Nah, man. It's a moral imperative. Yep, yep. It's a solid movie. I really like that movie. It ends up feeling really slow going because they overuse the montages. That movie has like 3, maybe 4 montages. So the pacing kind of takes a hit because of it. Oh, it's fantastic. I love the film, but yeah. It's back in the 80s, they just didn't know enough about like pacing and filmmaking in a way that it's like it's standard knowledge these days, you know? Ooh, I haven't heard this one in a while. But yeah, it's super good. Did Jiffy Pop make a fortune after that movie? Probably. Oh, dude, probably. I credit that movie for how much I like Tears for Fears. If I didn't like that movie so much, I wouldn't have been such a big Tears for Fears fan. Because I just wasn't alive during Tears for Fears. I was born in the 80s. Their songs were coming out when I was too young to recognize music. But hold on. So, yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't know if we need this bit. I do need to go pee real quick. But wait, what's his name's movie? Better Off Dead? Better Off Dead. Oh, that's a Cusack film. Okay, yeah. That's the one where he like holds the boombox above his head and plays Peter Gabriel, right? But he's playing In Your Eyes. Whereas I love the South Park version of that, and he plays Shock the Monkey. I fucking love that joke in South Park. Oh yeah, you just gotta stand outside a window and play Peter Gabriel. And you see him, and he's just, he's got the Shock the Monkey. Like, dude, that is the wrong song to play outside of a girl's window. All right, real quick, hold on. I gotta pee. I gotta pee. BRB. All right, and I'm back. All right, hold on. What was I searching? Oh, I was going to search for Better Off Dead. Yeah. No, there's some good Cusack movies from the era. Oh, wait, and Better Off Dead was not the one where he does the boombox? Yeah, I don't remember Better Off Dead. What's the one that has like the sailing regatta at the end? That was Say Anything? Okay. One Crazy Summer? I think I'm thinking of One Crazy Summer. Maybe? Oh, yeah, the one with Demi Moore. Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking of One Crazy Summer. Oh, and hold on. You're saying the one that you're talking about, right? So basically, Better Off Dead is the skiing one? This is a skiing movie? I don't remember that at all. Yeah, I don't remember that. Oh, okay, there it was. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember this one at all. Oh, this song. Yeah, this one's good. Damn, I forgot how many good songs were on Dance Macabre. Yeah, X Metrics. Basically, Better Off Dead is the movie that they're basically spoofing in that one like Always Sunny episode, right? Like I know they're spoofing a couple, but like the main movie they're spoofing is Better Off Dead then, right? Maybe a little bit of like Hot Dog the movie. All right, so hold on. Let's get the local server going again. Let's close some of these other things that we don't need to. Actually, hold on. I think maybe I wanted to copy this to that issue we had too. So you're taking 5 days of vacation in December, first time off in 2 years, and you're leaving 15 days on storage? Like you're saying you have like vacation days banked You've got 20 total, and you're taking 5 from that, so you'll have 15 left over. Correct? Okay, just making sure I understand. Yeah, I've worked at companies that have done the like the unlimited PTO thing for at least like the past 4 or 5 years. And technically, like, unlimited PTO is rarely actually unlimited. Like, if you try and actually do unlimited PTO, you're probably going to get fired. But they do it so that they don't have to actually pay out the banked days that you have at the end when they decide to let you go. It's actually like an accounting thing. Banked days are actually a liability on their accounting books, whereas unlimited PTO is not something that they have to account for or pay out at the end of someone's tenure. Yeah, this is like 20 years old, kind of like, this was during like the resurgence of like 80s style music. These guys really do a good blend of like 80s style new wave and punk and a bunch of that stuff. So wait, you were 15 when this song came out? I feel like you should have been at least a little familiar with the band then. But they were definitely bigger in like the snowboard culture, and I can understand if there wasn't a lot of snowboard culture in Texas. But I feel like at the age of 15, you must be familiar with like At the Drive-In. Oh, if they weren't on the radio? I mean, At the Drive-In had that one popular song on the radio. One Arm Scissor. Like that song played on the like the Target like electronics like playlist. So much so that like I would try and time it. Like, you know, I worked at a Target, so I'd do some like stuff in like the soft goods section and other parts, and I would really try to make it back to the electronics section when the songs I liked would come on. And then some of the other bullshit would come on and I'd promptly leave. All right, what's that song, like Drops of Jupiter or whatever? Yeah, that was the song that would get me to leave. But it came on like right after At the Drive-In or one of the other songs I was like looking for. Yeah, Jimmy Eat World, At the Drive-In, and there was like maybe 2 or 3 other songs on that like Target playlist that were good. Oh, this is probably another one that Ida Valen might remember. It might need to like get into the good part of the song, but yeah. That makes sense, Alex. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, I'm actually just remembering like how many good songs they had on these albums. And Alex, yeah, exactly. Yep. That album is, dude, that album is super good from start to finish. Basically, there's like one or two songs I skip on that At the Drive-In album. And for anyone who's unaware, At the Drive-In was the precursor to the Mars Volta. Right? The singer and the guitarist went on to form the Mars Volta. And I forget what the other members of At the Drive-In did after they broke up. So, like, that last album, though, you can really hear a lot of, like, the beginnings of what the Mars Volta became, which is more, like, psychedelic instead of, like, post-punk. And I prefer the more psychedelic stuff, for sure. But, yeah, Relationship of Command has some really good post-punk on it, too. And I would say this stuff actually qualifies as post-punk, too, I think. Right? Post-punk is less about a specific sound and more about how it kind of was like rebelling a bit against the pop-punk bullshit of the 90s. I don't know. That's my interpretation. I could be totally wrong. Fuck if I know. But yeah, I'm just now realizing how many of these Faint songs I actually really like. No, and that's fine. I like that one song, What's My Age Again? There really aren't that many Blink-182 songs I enjoy. But that's like counterculture me, you know? Like, I don't like anything Green Day's done beyond Dookie, basically. I don't like anything um, Offspring has done besides Smash. Like, I'm fairly anti-pop punk. No, Dookie is solid. Oh, Kenneth, no, Dookie is really fucking good. That first Green Day album, right? Like, When I Come Around, Basket Case, Longview, those songs are amazing, dude. Those Blink-182 wouldn't exist if those songs didn't exist. You know that, right? Yeah, Dookie is one of the greatest pop punk albums of all time. I personally put Smash right up there with it, though. Oh, yeah, exactly. Dude, everything after Dookie sucked. Fuck that shit. Ugh. Gross. Like, Billy Joe might be a cool dude. I like his counterculture vibe still. I just don't like the music he makes. And that's okay. I feel like I don't think he'd get on my case for that. Dude, how boring would the world be if we all listened to the same shit? Fuck no. That would suck. But I like what he stands for. Yeah, exactly. Everything after Smash by The Offspring fucking sucked as well. Yeah, it's crazy how shitty Green Day and Offspring's music got after those first albums, after they sold out, basically. But here's the thing, right? It's just like the Tool song. They sold their fucking soul to make a record. You know? Damn right they sold out. They sold their goddamn soul to make a record. You don't have to like it. But it's cool, man. Like, fuck it. They were able to make music a career. Fuck yeah, dude. Go for it. I just don't have to like it. That's all. Yeah, I was less a fan of Linkin Park. Some of their early stuff, pretty good. But I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to sully the dude's name or anything. It just wasn't my cup of tea. It came out like as I was getting more into like progressive, like rock and stuff like that. It just wasn't my cup of tea. That's all. One of the comments on one of these songs was really good. Man, I really feel like the Faint are gonna blow up in 2080. I did. So you're not all country all the time. Yeah, modern country fucking sucks. But like good old Americana, fucking like Woody Guthrie and shit, I can get behind some of that. The dude who wrote the song "This Land Is Your Land, This Is Land Is My Land," that dude had "This Machine Kills Fascists" written on his guitar. Dude was punk before punk existed. I think that was Woody. Damn it, I might be mixing up Woody and Arlo. But whatever. Alan knows the difference. And no, that's not an old joke. I'm saying you're more of like a music, like classic music buff. Oh, hold on. All right, so I just noticed a bug. We should fix that bug no matter what. That connected badge. It's not going to be in notification form. It's going to be on the notifications page. Yeah, we forgot the connected badge. Shit. And then there it is. Boom. Connected. Nice. Yeah. No worries, Alan. Like, dude. Yeah. I like to defend my statements a little bit ahead of time. It's the preemptive parry. Man, I'm discovering a bunch of songs that I should have liked more back when I was like giving this stuff a try. I feel like there was only 3 or 4 songs by The Faint that made it onto my, like, snowboard playlist. I should have had way more on there. Like, this album's actually super good start to finish. What's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? How you doing? Hey, what's up, Owen? Got approved for an Apple developer account? I feel like the approval process is usually pretty easy. It's more like the app approval process that sucks. All right, like, they'll happily take your money. $100 a year, fuck yeah. Do the DUNS number. Yeah, DUNS number does take time, for sure. Yep. And hell yeah, Owen. Yeah, man. Here's the thing, Owen. I feel like this is your first, like, really big, proper, full-time job. If I'm wrong in that, feel free to let me know. But what I will say is, do not slack. Put in as much effort as you can. Excel. Do your best. It's part-time. Still, it's worth it. Right? Do not slack like you see me slack. I can slack because I put in the time, you know? Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Put in more effort than you think is even necessary. For that first job, it's totally worth it. All right, so we got to figure out an icon. We go to simple icons. Yeah, maybe simple icons just won't have an icon we need. All right, so that was solid. Those albums were good. We're going to give another one of their albums a try. Oh, actually, hold on, no. I think we got one of these older ones to try too still. I don't remember the songs on this one that I liked. So this one's going to be basically brand new to me. Yeah, Blank Wave Arcade. I think I remember liking the other 2 albums better, though. But then there's like a not brand new, but like a newer one called Fascination that we'll check out. All right, so yeah, let's figure out an icon we can use for webhooks. Maybe just server? I feel like server could be good. What's another icon we could do for a webhook? Gemini CLI is more OP than you realize. Yeah, Gemini CLI has some major, like, formatting problems. That's the only thing I dislike about it. Like, they don't do a good job of capping, like, the max width of, like, the boxes that they print. So every once in a while, the box will go wider than your terminal, and it, like, really fucks up the rendering. Sure. But yeah, I need your help. Come on, let's think of a good icon. All right, we can do server. I feel like hard drive could even work. What's like another thing we could do for a webhook? Maybe something like network-based? What is this? Ethernet port? Oh. I don't know about this song. I think it's over, actually. Yeah, it is. I just didn't like the way it ended. Okay. Oh, I've heard this song before. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I don't actually like it. We're gonna pass it. Yeah, skipping. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I like their original album, right? Like their very first one. I don't think it's my vibe. So King, what is the topic of the icon? We need an icon for webhooks. I like the instrumentation. I just don't think I like the singing on this first album. A fishing hook? I think that's a little too on the nose. Oh, there's actually an icon for webhook? Well, shit. I guess that makes the decision for us, huh? I didn't even think to look up the word webhook. Yeah, there you go, Alex. Good call. Yeah, that's not a webhook. That's a fidget spinner. Exactly. All right, so webhook is definitely an option. Network. Network's not bad either. All right, anyone got a preference? Network or webhook? I mean, I think webhook's like right on the nose. So we pick that one, right? And we can always change it later if we need to. I think we use webhook. Yeah, let's do it. Have we tried URL or link? We could do URL or link. We're adding the webhook implementation. Tech brew. So we're trying to figure out the icon we want for it. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. We'll give one more song on this album a try. No. We're not mixing up icon library. We're using Lucide and we're using simple icons, and that's it. I don't like mixing up icon libraries. I feel like it creates really like a lack of cohesion. So yeah, it's either network or webhook. I think the fact that it's like dead on balls, like exactly what we're looking for, I think webhook works. So yeah, we'll just do webhook. Dead on balls accurate. It's an industry term. Yeah, exactly, King. I mean, why experiment? Why not experiment? Is chat the experiment? Yeah, a little bit. There's a time and place for everything, and it's Twitch chat. All right, so I like it. Yeah, webhook, boom, we create. And our validator's broken, so we got to go fix that. All right, so there's something we're missing here. All right, hold on. I'm missing something. Ah, yeah. So we need to create the form input. Now, this is only if we're doing the editing. All right, and we just heard this song. Yeah. No, that's going to come on a different page. So, similar to how we have connected versus not connected, right? Like if I add another, I don't know, and we do Discord, right? We see the not connected. So we're going to have a not validated for the webhook as well. And then similar to how there's like a connect Discord button, there's going to be a validate webhook button as well. King, have I tried Jiu-Jitsu? I have not, but when I went to get merge in SF, I got to like participate in a lot in like I basically just lurked in the Git committee stuff, and the creator, like main author of Jiu-Jitsu, and a bunch of the other contributors were in on that too. So yeah, I got to hang out and chat with a bunch of people in like the Git tooling space. That was pretty awesome. I didn't get the go ahead to go hang out at the Jiu-Jitsu conference that was at Google. I do wish people at our company were more forward thinking about that stuff, but you know, I can't force them. But I definitely didn't want to eat the cost of a $100 Lyft ride, you know, there and back. Wow, yeah, I definitely didn't give this album enough of a try back in the day either. I think I'm liking this more than I remember for sure. All right, so I'm doing something wrong here. With how this form is structured. Right? Like Discord was the easy part. Because it didn't have any extra fields. But this one does. The modified package? Yeah, hell yeah, dude. And yeah, I really think it would be smart to like nest it under your organization. Because then that frees you up to like create new stuff in the future too. Like, I don't know, like your own MCP server or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, I think an NPM org is the absolute right way to go. Yeah, MCP, the Mundane Clown Posse, for sure. They had that album, The Average Malenko. Time to focus? Oh, King, I don't think you realize what stream you're on. Nah. Maybe for you it's time to focus, but nah. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Interesting. So I don't actually use the SMS form schema or the Slack form schema. Shit, I don't use any of these other form schemas. Yeah, so I think the way we're doing some of this is actually really outdated. And I'm kind of fucking that up. I feel like this is a bit of a bug. I could add URL just to the base form schema. So, I mean, like, the validation of the base form is the thing preventing us from actually submitting and creating. But when we do it for the other stuff, it's fine. Okay, so because of this, it makes sense. Yes, we do need URL on the base form schema. All right, so webhook URL. Oh, interesting that there isn't a URL validator in Zod. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these songs on this album they're just like so similar. Like none of them actually stand out like the other albums. Maybe that's why I didn't give this album much of a shot. So I feel like that should be enough now. All right, so that failed. No clause matching in create notification. So that's a back-end issue. Slack Discord. Yeah, we need one here. All right, so that... Wait, does that endpoint exist? It does. Yeah, create notification webhook. All right, so that should work now. Shit. So wait, what broke there? Unknown field type given to cast. Either the field does not exist or it is a through association. So wait, what did I mess up in here? Oh, we do see type. That has type. So webhook, we got rid of the type value. Yep. All right, so now I need to roll back. And in that migration, we actually do need the type field. Notifications, webhooks. Oh, webhook notifications. Notifications, SMS. All right, so hold on. We got to roll that back again. All right, there we go. Okay, so we can create the webhook. We need to have the whole, like, maybe not validated versus validated thing. Damn, I really like this song. Dude, yeah, that song was good. All right, let's give some of their newer albums a try. I guess there's... Damn. Fuck. At least 3 new albums I don't know. Hope they don't play too much off of these unless they're good. Ooh, I kind of like this. Okay, damn. Yeah, maybe the new albums are good. When did this album come out? Shit. Looks like 10 years ago ish. The Faint. They're like a band from about 20 years ago. I'm going to go see them in concert here on next Tuesday. They're playing at one of the venues I really like, Showbox in Seattle. There are very few bands that I would go see at a venue that I don't like. Like, I don't do arena shows anymore. I just don't do it. It's not worth it to me. If Primus decided to do like another tour, I'd go see them wherever they play. But there's very few bands that I would actually put on that pedestal. Finally done with work. This was the soundtrack you needed? Hell yeah, sick. Hell yeah, dude. Glad you liked it. All right, so let me think about some of this. We're able to create the item now. It shows up in the list. Let's do some front-endy stuff on the notifications page. That way we can show the whole like connected or technically validated versus not validated stuff. Yeah, Krasner, I wasn't aware that you liked this stuff. Hell yeah, dude. All right, so yeah, after the Discord, this is where the webhook stuff goes. All right, so we do this part, and then this is just URL. Oh, this one's got a proper music video. This might have been like one of the singles off the album. This one could be good. Yeah, this song's not bad. Ah, and hold on. Nope. URL is not the thing we're looking for here. It's actually the verified at value. Dude, yeah, 18 fucking innings, dude. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Like, I don't watch baseball. I'd usually rather watch paint dry, but still, that's fucking crazy. Mm-hmm. All right, so this might be a good point at which to pick back up. It wouldn't be tomorrow because Wednesdays are a day off, but Thursday. All right, so yeah, leaving off, we need to create a dialog for validating a webhook. We also need to create the endpoints for that process, as well as the rate limiting of that process. After that, we can wire up All right, so implementing the webhooks feature. We've got a little bit so far. Yeah, so these are the major steps that we have to implement to finish up the webhook feature. Ah, shit. Hold on. I know, stopping already. It's only 6 hours into stream. But no, if I keep going, I'm going to consume way too much whiskey, and then I wouldn't get any work done tonight. Like, I got to think about food, too. I'm not sure what I'm going to eat. I might do chili and tortilla chips. Domino's? Hell no. Dude, I haven't eaten like fast food style pizza in ages, and I don't plan to start today. No, I'm a pizza snob. Closest I've come is like Pagliacci here in Seattle. It's an okay fast food style pizza, but dude, yeah, I haven't eaten fast food style pizza in a long time. I'm a pizza snob. I want an East Coast style foldable slice. But yeah, so I think these are the main steps. Yeah, at some point I may, like, I say all the time that I don't like to work on these projects off stream, but I might work on the docs and like frequently asked questions and some other stuff off stream, because that shit's pretty boring. I don't consider that even like good content. But I don't know. We can decide on the docs stuff later. We got enough to do on Thursday that we don't even have time to think about the docs yet. If we knock out all of this on Thursday, Friday, Halloween style, we could start out on some doc stuff and then just chug a bunch of whiskey because it's a holiday. Anyone got their costume figured out for Halloween yet? You're not giving kids candy, you refuse. That's fine. You can still dress up in a costume, even if it's a lazy one. Oh, I'll be streaming on Friday for sure. Yeah, I got my costume figured out already too. Spoiler alert. It'll be the sriracha hoodie or a t-shirt. I have both. And a green beanie. So basically, I'm a sriracha bottle. I did it last year. I'm lazy. I don't really change it up very much. But yeah, I'll definitely be streaming on Friday. 100%. So yeah, this is a good point to leave off at. I want to make sure this is up front and center. Tomorrow is a co-working day, so I won't be on this channel, but I'll be back on this channel on Thursday. And I think we can knock out a bunch of this stuff. Whether we finish it, you know, there's always Friday. But, who's streaming right now? Ooh, we haven't seen Rufio in ages. Yeah, we could go raid Rufio. They're doing some Code Wars stuff, and looks like maybe working on some project. Oh. Unless they finished? No, they're still live. Yeah. Looks like their connection's a bit spotty today. Oh, and we see Alan over there. Yep, sounds about right. That traitor. No, it's fine. I don't care. But yeah, we're gonna go raid. Hello, it's Rufio. So yeah, they're doing some, I guess it's not Code Wars, created for the Cedar Band of, my brain wanted to read pancakes, but it's Paiute? I don't even know what that means, but we'll go figure it out. I get it, Jianhua. I mean, I'll be over on Gaming Stream. I'll see you over there, right? No big deal. So yeah, anyone who's unaware, I do have gaming channel, Griffing and Chill. I'll see some of y'all over there. That's also where I'll be tomorrow during the day, and then during the night as well. During the night, we'll be playing some Borderlands 4 with the homies, with James and Wormbane. But during the day tomorrow, we'll just be co-working and getting work done. And I'll probably start in on that channel probably like around 1 or so. Let me double check my schedule. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow I can hang out after 1:30 basically. So I'll see you guys on the gaming channel tomorrow or later tonight. And I'll see y'all on this channel over on Thursday. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. So, yep.